Yeah, let's keep doing it. So where are we? Are we out in the wild? Was I in the middle of setting up mining operations somewhere? This looks like I was about to set up some mining operations, doesn't it? This probably looks like mining operations of some kind. Okay, well, I can mine some more iron. Mining iron, probably a good idea. Hello? Oh. Well, okay, so that's something that probably needs to be fixed. Rockets are going, rockets are going. Rockets are very going. We appear to have stopped shooting solar sails as a result of pitch limits, which, okay, I get that that's a thing. I have a list, I have a to-do list. You would like to join in science? Excellent, excellent. Science is likely to be occurring. Specifically, purple science is continuously and forever a problem. So hopefully we'll get the chance to fix that today. Fix, right? As if it'll stay fixed. Ha ha. Good joke, purple science. We are going to set up some automation for ray receivers, though, because I find I use a lot of ray receivers in my day-to-day, and handcrafting them sucks. Handcrafting them sucks. So we're going to automate some of that. And what else do I have on this list? Solar sails and double-check processors. So brown chips are probably a problem. Brown chips are, unsurprisingly, probably a problem. Alright, we need to check globally. No, we don't need to check globally? Alright, let's look at Elbereth. What does iron look like in Elbereth? Production is matching consumption. And production on magnets is not meeting consumption. Okay, we're gonna turn this iron into magnets. Automate it's so true. It's so true. It feels easier to do in Autonauts for whatever reason. Like, the process just makes more sense in terms of, like, if I ever do a thing manually, I need to set up a thing to do it for me automatically. Like, I'll do it once manually, and if I ever need to do it again, let's just set up a robot to do it. Which is like, yeah, alright. But for whatever reason, the same doesn't feel like it holds true in this game, even though it probably is. If you ever do a thing manually, then, you know, automate it the second time you do it instead. It's honestly probably accurate. If you ever find yourself doing a thing more than once, you probably need to automate it. Alright, we're still gonna do this, though. We're gonna make some magnets out of this. Is there an easier way to do this? Hey. That's about what I wanted. Cool. We're heading over to there, but I think we're gonna go underneath here, because tropic lines are a disaster. And this has a bit more space available to it. Alright, so this is the correct angle. Great. Although, in all honesty, this, I think, is going to be one line. So let's just do one line here. And I'm not holding on to arc smelters for whatever reason. Oh, I'm out of stone. Oh, that's a bummer. Especially because I still need more arc smelters here. Can I get stone here? Is that reasonable? Is that a reasonable thing to... Probably not. We probably need to go home if we're actually going to do this. Alright, maybe I'll just leave this as is. And it can continue to be a failure. And I'll just know that I need to finish it when I come back with more materials. Plenty of stuff to mine on this planet. That's delightful. And we have a quarter of a power flower here. And power is doing just fine here. So we're going to leave that as is. And I guess head back? Abandon this half-assed project? I could probably finish some of it. We can get this at least working. Even if it's not going to be working well. And this needs to be making magnets. That looks like a good place for a sorter. By sorter, I mean splitter. And by splitter, I basically mean merger. Well, this is, Alright, for once, I'm not doing the diagonal belts. Doodad thingamajig. I mean, I think technically it is still a splitter. But, you know, context. Alright. You need to go up so that you can then go down. So that you can stay going up, I guess, before you then go down. That'll do. That's horrifying. But you know what? Whatever. I'm not in the business of making this look good. I'm in the business of making this work. And this is gonna work. For a bit, anyway. At least until I make things better. Right now, things are very far away from better. But you know, whatever. Thanks. Alright, I am 100% out of materials, so we need to go back and restock. And also work on any number of other things. So let's get that going. Welcome to Vanity Project. Alright, where is actual home here? And away we go. All right. .3 light years per second. Light years per second, huh? Good numbers. Good numbers. Thunk. Alright. At minimum, we need to steal some stone. So let's find whichever one of these has stone on it. Who among you has stone? Magnets still low, but soon we'll be able to request them from the other planet, so that's good. Stone? I see a stone patch. Where does that connect to? That's not it. Aha! Wow, that's not a lot of stone. Is it? Do we need to mine more stone patches? Does more work need to be done? How far to go to get to the black hole? That's a good question. I mean, we could be mining more of this stone patch, for sure. Where is my black hole? Should probably remember to name the black hole system, so I don't have to go digging for it each time. That's a neutron star. So this is the black hole? Here's the black hole. This seems dangerous. I'm so funny. It's a good thing I amuse myself. If I can't just warp there, what kind of waypoints are needed? So I think I can just warp there as long as I have the energy to do it. If I don't have the energy to do it, then I need to stop somewhere, anywhere. Doesn't really matter. Halfway there, whatever. And sit and regen energy until I have enough energy again. So it might take a couple of warpers, but I have plenty of warpers. So that's not really a problem. There's 28 light years. I don't actually know how long I can just blast full steam ahead in a direction. Is it full 2 minutes? Good question. Very good question. I don't know. And then there is a black hole. So yeah, it's out here. It's just far. Pretty far. There is a potential stopping point midway there, here. This is exactly halfway, almost exactly halfway between. Pretty wild. It's got a decent star, 1.6. Better than my star. Can drive to LA without refueling as long as you top it before you leave. Yeah, pretty much. That's about the size of it. Is I don't actually know how much energy it'll take to get there. But it's just based on this bar. Do I run out of this bar before I get there? Nice circular gap of space around the black hole. Yeah, definitely difficult to look at. So we could potentially set up like a refueling station at Theta Horology. But also, we can just go. Button Willow McKittrick. Why? I mean, I'll do it, but why? Button Willow McKittrick. Because it's halfway to LA. Oh, caps. Try that again. You alright? It's funny that you call it that. So, on my frequent drives down to LA from the Bay Area, my usual stopping point is Kettleman City. It's not halfway, by any means, but it's at about the point where I feel like I need a break. And from then, you know, I get food and then I can power on through the rest of the way there. I feel like everybody has their own particular, like, oh, we'll just stop at this particular point or whatever. Alright, so we should probably figure out what's going on with science, other than it's working. Looks like it's mostly working. Purple is doing its best. So that's cool. Purple is keeping pace, which is, I think, all I really care about. Eventually, we're going to have to up some production here. Right now, Purple is keeping pace with the amount of production it can put out. Which, okay. That works, that works. And it looks like the entire stack is running as a result. Whole stack running, whole stack running. Pretty consistent. That's good. And this is half a stack. I think I just stacked this up because I could. So we could stand to do another, like, 2 full stacks here. The same way we've got a stack. The same way, yeah. We could stand to have another 2 full stacks of white science creation to power a full stack of white science consumption. But that would require, of course, a lot more of the other science. A lot more of the other science. Yes, that is the limit of tower height. 15 high for labs. And I think double that for storage. Or maybe half that for storage? Unclear. Maybe half that. I think half that for storage. So like 7 or 8 high for storage and 15 high for labs. But purple is keeping pace with where we're at right now, which is all that I am going to, all that I'm going to demand of it as of right now. All right. So now the question is, can we do more here, given the space we are working with? Could do a little bit more, I'm sure. Sure are a lot of things to collide with. There's a lot of stuff here I would have to rip up and replace if I actually wanted to mine more of this stone. So maybe I don't worry too much about it. There's other places where I'm mining stone, right? I don't need to worry too much about that particular patch. Like right here. Look at all of this stone I'm mining. Oh, because that's just going straight into glass. Never mind. Leave that alone. Like here, look at all of this stone I'm mining. And it's immediately getting sucked up. Wow. We are really burning through it. Where is the stone going? I'm gonna follow some stone. Stone is going multiple places. Okay. Who's using stone out here? You are. Okay. Well, that's fair. I'll just steal some of that. How goes the stone usage, actually? Stone usage goes well enough. Alright. And this is now empty, so that's great. Which means this can just be straight out. That seems good. Don't need to be too weird about how things are going over there. And now I have all of this space to work with that I'm probably not going to use. I'm probably not going to expand into this area. This is probably as expanded as it needs to get. But anyway, I can steal stone from places. Let's find a place I can steal some iron from, since we're short on that too. Alright, which of you towers has iron in them? There we go. Gimme. Alright, I need to make sure I have smelters. Oh, I definitely have smelters. Great. How's the fake stars working for power? Are they running okay? Set them up on the other pole, didn't we? I think we're doing okay for power here, right? Did I look? We are doing okay. We've got an extra 100 megawatts buffer at the moment. It seems pretty good. Dyson sphere status has plenty of power to spare, so that's good. Hello? Really? And why, pray tell? You were running low on rainbows. Why are you running low on rainbows? Are we running low on, prisms? Oh, there was like a half second of this just getting interrupted. So maybe that's how long it took for that to propagate down to here. And now it's done, so everything's okay. That seems like it. Huh. Fascinating. That took a fairly long time for the ripple effect of the stone being interrupted for like 5-ish seconds to get all the way down to the sail production. Alright, cool. Everything's fine though. Great. I love it when things are fine. It's my favorite. Okay. So, let's get this done. Continue to get this done. Do I have... What else do I need in my inventory? Good on green chips. Carrying some titanium ore. I'll just leave that for now. That's fine. Yeah. Alright. Cool. Let's go back to Vanity Project and, finish out that mining facility. To the Rocket Throne. Kind of love that as a name for a planet. I kind of love the concept of a rocket throne. Like, I'm not even sure that I have a firm picture in my mind of what a rocket throne looks like or does. Other than the obvious. But I think it's a good name for a thing. For sure. So how's the sun look? Alright, sun looks fairly run-of-the-mill, right? Nothing about the sun as it stands right now looks weird. Ah, here's the beginning. Here is the beginning of my vanity project. It's starting to take shape. Oh, look at it. There we go. Oh, that's really far out. That's really far out. Dang. Oh, that's actually going to be so close to this planet, it's going to be difficult to see from here. You're going to have to go to one of the far planets to actually get the full, you know, experience. Fascinating. I didn't realize that's how this ended up. Okay. That's really far out. Stuff is being worked on slowly. It's taken some time, which is, you know, understandable. So now that I've done this thing that I've done, I'm wondering if it would have worked closer in. Having the planet inside the shell. Oh. Okay. Like, if we make a really, really close-in shell... Well, that rotates really fast? I think it has the same, like, number of connection points. Right? Like, if I were intending to draw this same shape, I think I could draw the same shape out here. And it would just be smaller, like the connection points are closer together. Interesting. Okay. Same number of connections is not expected for different sizes, yeah. I agree. But, from a game abstraction level, it kind of makes sense that it would just be like, you know, Dyson shell is Dyson shell, and, doesn't matter too much about size of Dyson shell in terms of how a Dyson shell is planned out. Well, there's no solar sails, so clearly these sail launchers have not launched in quite some time. Is it getting better? It might be seasonal. We might be in the bad season for rail launchers for this poll. Ah, well. I did want to put more launchers here, though, I think. Do I have more launchers? I do have more launchers. Good. Relocate the cluster to the equator? Oh, I didn't think about the equator. I guess you could do that, couldn't you? Why does this not work? This works. Fascinating. Okay. I guess the equator means that it'll fire half of the day every day, and at least that's more consistent than the pole. Is that the idea? And it'll just be interrupted and then not interrupted, then interrupted, then not interrupted. I think you might be right. You might be right that that's a decent way to do it. The ray receivers definitely make more sense on the poles because they need to be continuously working. So if they're partially interrupted and then partially working, that's bad. But if they're working for half of the year and then not working for half of the year, that's better than working for half a day and not working for half a day. But even then, it feels like ray receivers receive continuously at poles like 100% of the time. Hey, Icarus, how many shells do I have to fill? I mean, unless I actually want more power for this system, just the one vanity project. If I end up wanting more power for the system, then we might actually fill out a full shell the way I did at my home base. But I'm not sure how important that'll be. Whether that'll matter. Oh, you mean for the sales? Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a practical limit on how many sails you can fit in an orbit. So I'm not worrying about it. I only have the one orbit at the moment. Well, this is getting closer, and eventually it'll fill. And honestly, if runtime is the same here or at the equator, like runtime over the course of a year is the same, then I don't care too much whether it's, you know, running 6 months or running half a day. Like, I think it's fine either way. I don't think it affects me too much. Because as it stands, the sails are just immediately getting sucked into the shell, right? Like, the sails are spending almost no time in orbit and are just immediately getting sucked into the shell. So that's fine. Well, I still have more ejectors, so we might as well place more ejectors. Really? Why would that work? Weirded out by the fact that that worked. Alright, whatever. If I have 2x as many launchers as swarm orbits equally spaced around the orbiter, then you will always be launching into those orbits. Oh, sure. Yeah. No, I get it. But also, it doesn't... I don't think it matters. Like, as far as I can tell, orbits are cosmetic. So what matters is just number of sails that are launched, regardless of the orbits they are launched into. Especially because the sails are not hanging out in the orbits at all. Distance affects power if you keep it. Positively or negatively. Like, do I want a close-in orbit or a far orbit? Just put the orbit outside the planet so you always have LOS. Does that work? Does that actually work? Yo, undefined lamb, thank you for the follow. That's an interesting idea. I guess that means I could set up launchers on the inner planet. And there's a way to set it up so that I'll always have LOS to the orbit? That feels weird. That feels like that shouldn't work. But, I could try that. We could definitely set up launchers on like an inner planet. A more inner planet. If it's outside your planet's orbit, you should always be able to see it. I mean, I guess. Some caveats about orbital geometries. Generally, you'll have more visibility to it. Okay. I mean, if that's how it's going to work, I'm down to experiment with that. Then I guess I had better set that up slightly differently. We can even leave this here. I think that's also fine. But yeah, if that's weird. I'm trying to think about it and like picture sightlines or whatever. Generally, you'll have more visibility to it, I suppose. Wouldn't it be the same kind of issue, just like half the time the planet's in the way, or? Like, if you pick any given point in space, isn't it the same kind of issues in terms of visibility? Based on planetary rotation or whatever? Maybe that's not the case. Like, a lot of the problems, like the problems I'm facing right now with visibility are seasonal, right? But I guess if the orbit is outside of the planet's position or orbit around the sun, then... Huh. So you want to be on poles. If you do an extraplanar orbit, then you want to be much lower, since you care more about inclination then. Interesting. So, do I want the launchers to be equatorial then? Like, if I'm setting out an extraplanetary orbit, like if I set an orbit like outside of this here, which my default orbit might actually be outside of this one. Launch angle being tangential. Okay. But, like, where do I want to do it, then? Where do I want to do it? Absolutely, Lunar Waffles. I am enjoying the heck out of this game. You haven't tried this, though, so you don't know. Okay, fair enough. The payloads have any kind of thrusters, then slingshot maneuvers are a thing. I don't think slingshot maneuvers are a thing. First guess would be somewhere between the tropic lines. Man, I just don't have an intuitive understanding of this at all. It's pretty bad. Alright. Well, at the very least, I can go set up another quarter power flower. And, set up some launchers on the other planet and just try it and see if it's any better. Vanity Project 1. Here we go. Alright, I get up to full speed, and it's still going to take, like, 30 seconds to get there. Unacceptable. Time for intrastellar warping. There we go. That's the kind of ETA I was looking for. Oh, I fully believe you that slingshot maneuvers are a thing when it comes to real interplanetary physics, transport, but in this case, rockets and vessels just go. Hey, Carl Sagan, how's it going? I still need to find a pole for the purposes of power. It's rocket science. It's not rocket. Okay, I guess it is rocket science. When you put it that way. All this game's orbit mechanics are lies anyway. Yeah, it's really not Kerbal. It's extremely not Kerbal. Here we go. Go. Alright. And now this place has power. They warp more than they thrust. That actually is accurate. Alright. So to actually look at where the orbit is, I don't actually know where I set up my sail orbits. Rocket scientist, not a doctor. This calls for a very specific emote. I am blessed, Icarus, that I do not have that reference point. Instead, I have Enya. You think outside of the orbit of the planet? I'm just trying to remember where I actually had the orbit. And where... Like, I think this is outside of the orbit of the planet. Alright, so that's probably fine. And then, where I set up the launchers doesn't matter? Alright, you want sails. And you also want warpers. And you want ships. I don't have ships for you? Uh-oh. I do have ships for you, eventually. I am handcrafting processors to make you ships. Oh boy. Yeah, at this point, it's definitely outside the orbit of the planet. It's about the same distance as the Dyson shell. which is far outside the orbit of this planet. Also Oprah bees. Okay. Thank you for your contributions, Devanok. Stick that at like 1200 remote demand. Also, this can be minimal. Do I have ships yet? I'm in the process of making ships and it'll take forever to get here. All right, great. All right, well, it can hit from here, so that's good. Yeah, this planet is even inside the shell. The question is, like, how always on is this going to be? And that is questionable. But, you know, whatever. Like, I have them, I might as well use them. Is that how many I had? That's how many I had. Cool. Can I give you vessels yet? No. Are you not going to be able to pick them up until you have warpers? Vessels and warpers. Sad story. Alright, we need like 2 warpers to start this. Sure, 3 warpers. And then you will go get the thing. Will you not get this thing? Do you need to be at 1,000 in order to get them? You're just not getting them at all? Don't like that. Hey, what's up, Unimatrix? I mean, you don't need that many vessels, but I will give you the vessels anyway. Why are you not getting the space warpers? This feels like this should work, and it's not working, and I'm not sure why. I'm going to need to investigate. Well, in the meantime, this is fine, maybe? Oh, why does this one work and this one doesn't? I hate it. Whatever. Weird positioning. What did I do? Did I do something different here? I might have spaced this differently. I almost assuredly spaced this differently. Alright, whatever. No power? Really? Lies? Oh, it's just not connected. Alright. Go rail ejectors. We have a sufficiency of power for these? Yeah, we sure do. And I could even steal some iron while I'm here. Do I need to steal iron? I probably do, honestly. As long as I'm here, I might as well take advantage of this. I still don't know why it's not getting warpers, but... Do I just not have that many warpers in supply anywhere? Alright, we're going to set up a mining outpost. And then we're going to go figure out where... I could give it warpers. But it's supposed to be requesting warpers from the network. And there's supposed to be warpers in the network. So I'm just going to set this thing up to make more magnets. And then we'll go figure out why warpers aren't working. $23. That could be 887, if I'm lucky. I don't think I'll be lucky. Oh, yeah, there's no way. There's no way I can get this in 3. Zero possibility. This is too widely spaced. So we'll do 6665. Is there a reason to worry about it like that? Like, if this is 7, is that a problem? Probably not. As long as it's all touched. Alright, great. And... I'm going to need a smelting. Where is my smelting? Here? Something like this? Sure. And then also, this is going to need 3 more because magnets are weird numbers. This goes 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then this then goes out to here. These need to be magnets. Need to copy and paste in an awkward manner. That's set up. Good. Lack of item. Okay. No, I can see how that would be a problem. Yep, understandable. Still lacking an item. Did I miss one? I did miss one, you're right. Oh, now I'm lacking other item. Alright, well, make other item then. Don't let me stop you. Oh, there we go. This goes to here. This goes to here. And then we copy paste. This moves out until this is all covered. Can I not cover it entirely like this? I think I can. I just have to move this one also. There we go. And then this needs to be covered. And then... How am I doing this? I've never been happy with, like, the 4-to-2 combiners that I have done in the past. Maybe it's okay. I do need power. You're not wrong. That combines. This combines. And then it all combines here. Don't even need the splitters, really, just do 2 separate belts. But I want to mine evenly. Oh, yeah, from here I don't need a second splitter. That's true. That's a good point. This can just be its own thing. I do still need the mergers for the miners themselves. But this can just be 2 separate belts. As long as this isn't going to run out in, like, weirdly different times. This is 7 and 5. This is 5 and 6. Like, alright, whatever. I guess it doesn't need to be super optimal. This is probably good enough. Okay. It's true. You're not wrong. What is happening? This is weird. Stop being weird. Then it's like, this is weird and I hate it, so maybe do that instead. Slightly less weird. It's all weird. It's all weird and terrible. No solutions are good. All food is poison. And you get to supply magnets. Correct. And we have not gotten more sales. Why? Do you need a second warper in order to get back? Is that what's going on? I didn't give you enough warpers. You're taking 2 warpers rather than taking 1 warper. Because the place that you are getting your things from... There we go. Now everything is fine. Now it'll come back with warpers. I figured there were warpers, it just wasn't getting them and I didn't understand why. But now I understand why. Pitch angle is off, but that should just be a daily thing as opposed to a seasonal thing. Excuse me? Oh, that was my cursor. I thought it... I saw the cursor and thought it was like an alert triangle, like something didn't have power or something, and it was just angled weirdly, which is why it looked like a condensed triangle instead of a regular triangle. Wow. Just wow. We are storing magnets. Magnets will get sent sooner rather than later. Please take my magnets. I don't know why I'm standing here watching. Like, the magnets get taken or the magnets don't get taken, but it's entirely down to how stuff is set up elsewhere. And it's not something that I need to fix, even if they don't get taken. Okay, good. Happy to hear it. We could stand to do another research here. What's not being researched? Drone engine, 18. You also 18? You are also 18. Alright, great. NQ. Alright, well, regardless of whether this is working better or worse, it is working. And it is working differently. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with just leaving that as is. So let's go to the to-do list. Top of the to-do list is automating the creation of ray receivers. So let's go make that happen, shall we? It is time to go home and set up a box of ray receivers. So that I don't have to handcraft these pieces of garbage anymore. Away we go. This is going to be a struggle. Ray receivers require a lot of inputs. There's where I'm going. That way. To that planet. Go over there. This is not working. Why is this not working? Because we are overloaded on Gorilla Glass? Dang. Why is that? That's because that's supposed to go into rockets, isn't it? Are we not making more rockets? If I were a thing that was going to make rockets, where would I be? Oh, look at this other thing that doesn't work now. This is fully emptied. And these poor idiots are... Oh, okay. Cool. I have already fixed the problem. The problem was fixed without any additional intervention. Good news, everybody. I don't need to fix the problem. The problem is already okay. You have power, you do not have power? Oh, these are two separate networks. That's super weird. That's a super weird thing. Alright, stay connected then, I guess. All of this can go. I'm not even sure I have anything that is requesting steel ever. But I guess it's here if I ever want steel personally. So I think we just leave it? Question mark? Alright, what goes into this garbage? Oh, look, it wants steel. How are processors doing? I want to double check processors before we take any more further steps here. If I were a thing that wanted processors. Capped. Love it. How about processor production? How is processor production looking? If I were a thing that were making processors, where would I be? Where would I be? Here. Pretty close to capped. Love it. Fantastic news. Fantastic news. Let's take a couple for personal use. And... accept that brown chips are okay. Fantastic. Surprising. And wonderful, frankly. Just wonderful. Alright, where are we going to make ray receivers? Probably next to where I have boxes of other stuff. So I don't have to go too far to find them. Which is basically here. Oh, the place where I am currently standing. Oh, great. Okay, we figured it out. This is where I'm gonna do the thing. This is a great place to do the thing. Probably. Problem you thought you have to solve, you had already solved. Yeah, right? It means I have less work for me now. This is great news. But that does mean that I have to now solve the problem in front of me, which I wanted to put off a little bit longer. Alright, well, let's do it. Let's do it. So I, in theory, have this to work with. This is doing a thing. So that's great. And it needs stone and circuits. Stone and green chips. Okay. Do we have enough stone? Quick, let's go solve a different problem. We have some stone. I don't know that we have enough stone. We might have never enough stone. Are there any unexploited stone patches on this planet? I feel like everything at this point is exploited on this planet. Soon we're going to be demanding stone from other planets. God. Stone. There's some of like partially exploited stone patches, which is, I suppose, a way in which you could set things up. And a way in which I have set things up. Primarily accidentally, but nonetheless. We should probably finish fully exploiting these stone patches. Mine it all, buddy. Just keep mining. All right, all right, all right. What do I need? I want... The scale of this kind of doesn't matter. I just need to have one assembly machine doing the thing. Alright, so if I have one assembly machine doing the thing, what does that look like? Assembly machine, buildings, ray receiver. What do you need in order to function? A whole bunch of garbage. Some of the garbage is actually immediately applied. Others need assistance. You have... Actually, this is a great place to do it because I already have both steel and super magnets here already. Cool. So we have steel. How much of each thing do you need? Some. Sure. No big deal. Steel. Super magnets. You done auto-saving? And do you make them every 8 seconds? Wow. Okay. Processors and silicon can be pulled in. And then we're going to need to make... Do I have to call them photon combiners? I'm just going to keep calling them rainbows. We're going to have to make rainbows on the spot, because I don't have rainbows in the system. I could have rainbows in the system, I just don't. Maybe at some point I put rainbows in the system instead of always making rainbows on the spot, because they're a little complex. On the other hand, it's also relatively easy to just request stone and circuits and build this whole supply chain. It's not that easy to build this whole supply chain every time. I need to just put rainbows into the system. Alright, we're putting rainbows into the system. New plan. I need a place. Is this a place? This looks like it could be a place. Sure, place acquired. And now we are going to put rainbows into the system. What is that word? I wish I hadn't automated this. Fair enough, fair enough. Do I need to do it at this scale? I guess I don't need to do it at this scale. But this seems like an appropriate scale at which to do it. 9, 6, 18. It's a rainbow a second. Is a rainbow a second a sufficiency of rainbows? I don't know. We'll start with that. Start with that. 9 and 6 is 15. I'm going to need another hit of that, which means I'm going to need to go pick up some graphene. Where does graphene come from? You. Give me your graphene. Thank you. Alright. Try this again. Click. Good. Now I'm half crafting circuit chips, which is completely unacceptable. Where do circuit chips come from? Thank you. Alright. And then I'm also going to need some smelters. One more hit of smelter. Alright, you are making rainbows. Ta-da! Oh, we wanted to look into... Did I want to look into doing this? Optical grading crystals. Where do optical grading crystals come from? Maybe this makes it easier. Am I mining optical grading crystals anywhere? Have I ever seen an optical grading crystal? I have never seen an optical grading crystal in my life. Okay. Is that more important or less important than just getting this thing crafted? Krav. How far away are optical grading crystals? Are optical grading crystals even real? Aha! I found them. Is this Iota Monocerotis? Alright, that's unacceptable because I don't know how to pronounce your star name. God damn it. Caps lock. You watch lots of speedruns? I'm happy for you. Yeah, this has some stuff. We could go take some stuff from here. Alright, new plan. You saw the system planet stats, you thought they were splits. Yeah, understandable, understandable. Alright. Very slightly new plan. Plural satellites? Excuse me? Lava satellite, Rocky Salt Lake satellite? Damn, what a gas giant. What a giant full of gas. Icefield Gelisol. Which of these planets is likely to have the optical grading crystals? Like, what planet type tends to have optical grading crystals? Because I can't tell from here. If I were going to guess, I would say it's Rocky Salt Lake, but I don't know for sure. You're guessing a bright one. Jokes? We got jokes? I'm gonna guess it's this one, and if I'm wrong, we'll figure it out when I get there. Do I have the materials necessary to mine and set up things? Going to need one of these. We are handcrafting particle containers, which I am immediately mad about. Gimme. And then... Alright, so I am making the tower I wanted, which that's all well and good. Still going to want one of these later. I have miners, I have miners. I have belts, I have some belts. Let's bring some more belts with me. I am a man who loves his belts. What else? Take these off my hand, please. You're betting the one I didn't choose first? I mean, odds are in your favor, right? There are 4 possible planets to land on. I have chosen one of them. You are choosing one of the other 3. Give you 3-to-1 odds that you're right? What else? What else? What else? I'm going to need a power source of some kind. Hopefully the planet I'm landing on likes wind, because I am providing wind. I need to take some more... Why is this slow? Because I am low on iron again. Low on iron again. Unbelievable. Which of these... Goddamn, thank you. Perfect. Alright, let's go. Hello? There we go. I was mashing because it wasn't working, and then it started working. 4 not including the gas giant, Glacier Wolf. The gas giant has 2 satellites, and then there are also 2 other planets. Okay, so based on this trip, I think I would have no problem getting to the black hole in one warper. I think getting to the black hole will probably cost about half or 3/5 of my energy bar. We have landed. Do I have optical grading crystals here? I sure do not. Congratulations, you won. Oh, it was the other one! Why was it on the lava planet? Why would the lava planet have crystals? Don't answer that. Pretend I didn't ask that. Alright, where are the crystals? Give unto me the crystals. This is mineral heavy, and I'm pretty into it. Here we go. This is not a lot of crystals, but we're gonna mine them all anyway. Alright, well. I think this is very straightforward. We just put the crystals straight into the tower. The tower then provides crystals. Crystals. Here we go. You are remote supply. We'll also supply some wind turbines, and I never have to think about this again. Good. Good. Alright, you know what? There. It's still backed up sometimes? Gonna make me put down a splitter? Unbelievable. Can't believe you would do this to me. Neither of you are mining a full belt. Alright. Did it. Problem solved. Problem solved. Which means the other problem is also mostly solved. That becomes a lot easier to do. That's exciting. Where am I going? Home. We're going home. Going home to continue the mining. Or production of things. Where is home? Here. Home. There we go. Perfect. Alright, I have gone to the solar system for exactly one resource. I have obtained that resource. I am now leaving the solar system forever, never to return. Good plan. I guess I might come back to pick up the tower after it's done mining. Since there is only 800,000 optical grading crystals there. And once it runs out, well, not a lot of purpose for that place anymore. Make sure it just stretches, everybody. Keep your body healthy and limber. Spend too much time at your computer, you might end up like me. Nobody wants that. Alright, now we need to either... What is going on here? Just left random carrier rockets lying around? Get out of here. It's like random belt full of carrier rockets? Wild. Maybe we put the carrier rockets in the carrier rocket storage? Seems like a good idea. You don't have ships. Ah, no wonder. No wonder. Why did I not give you ships? Big doofus. Am I... Do I have... I don't, do I? Anytime I need logistic vessels, I'm just handcrafting them. Should probably fix that. At some point. Maybe. Or I just keep handcrafting them. One or the other. Alright, where's my titanium steel? Titanium alloy? You. I'm going to need some of that. And I think we'll just use this for crystals, actually. Because you can demand optical grating crystals. Of course, you will need some ships. And you can also demand... But then I need a place to put the things. So we're still gonna need another tower. Which, alright. Or worse, you. A fate worse than death, that. Another bunch of rockets. Just sitting here. Sitting here being rockets. Look at all these coal veins I haven't touched. Man. Oh, the things I could exploit. Those things being exactly coal. I could exploit coal. Excuse me? Why are you not plugged in? Alright, well, if that's how it's gonna be. Finish those vessels? Almost. Here we go. Have some vessels. You deserve it. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Suck them all up, baby. Alright. So now we have optical grating crystals in system. Which means I can go literally anywhere and do the thing I was going to do before. So let's go literally anywhere, like right here, and do the thing I was going to do before. You need... have some boats. Drones? Drones? Have some drones? That's the thing you need. Hello? Have at least 50 interstellar logistics vessels in space. Cool. I am playing the game. I have gotten an achievement. What am I doing here? You are requesting circuits. You are requesting crystals. And you are supplying rainbows. Yes, good, good, yes, good. Yes, good. Alright. And if you were making rainbows, what would that look like? 3 of these is a rainbow a second. And each of these requires a thing and a thing a second. Okay. Alright. Easy peasy. I guess I should figure out what this is providing. Probably these. And then the other things. And then, finally, results. Excuse me. Great. And if I were to put 9 of these down total, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12. I didn't do that correctly. I forgot to figure out where I was actually doing things. This is 9. Great. So belt out to here. The door sounds? What are you talking about? Unless there's just like noise in the background that I'm not hearing. Oh, that's the wrong. Messed that one up. I gotta do the one that does crystals. There we go. Alright, great. Now we have rainbows in the system. And if I need more rainbows than this, that is also doable. Extremely doable. Manually place a bunch of sorters? No, I don't think I will. Oh. Yeah, okay. It does kind of sound like a door opening. Granted. Alright, now rainbows exist. Good news, everybody. Rainbows are in the system, which means everything else is requestable. Which is, frankly, the best news I've had all day. So now I can just drop one of these here. And gonna need another one of these. Can I do it this way? Or is this awful? Why? 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 Huh? No? Get ready. Why? Alright, what if instead angle too wide, What? I want you to connect to here. Okay, what if also instead... Excuse me? Viewing angle problem? No, I think it's a game problem. I think the game is a problem. It's super weird. It's super weird. It's as if it thinks it's too close or something? The output only port? It's not outputting from that port either. I think it just doesn't like the port or something? Okay, we're going to try something else here. Imagine a world where this worked correctly. Okay, now imagine a world this still doesn't exactly work. But like, do I think this will work? Is this a problem? Am I just on a tropic line and this doesn't make sense? Like, what is going on here? I'm probably just on the tropic line. So it doesn't understand how to deal with things. It's because the belts are farther apart? I guess so. Well, we'll see if this works. If it doesn't work, then, you know, we'll figure that out too. Demanding crystals. You don't need to be demanding that many crystals. You can demand a few crystals. We're demanding... What did you need? Processors? And... silicon. Also have some drones. Enjoy drones. Alright, we'll see if this works. You're all going to need power. So there you go, have power. Oh yeah, cool. This just doesn't work. My favorite. Do I have to do like this? Still doesn't work. This is so awkward. All right. Well, if you're going to be like that, we'll do it differently. I don't know, man. I just want it to work. And now it looks like it's working, which is all I really wanted to begin with. Good. Good. Also, get the hell out of my inventory. Thank you. And now I will have a box of rare receivers, which is fantastic news. I never have to handcraft rare receivers again. Gosh, that's very freeing. Get rid of the crystals. Am I holding on to crystals? I am holding on to things. There are things that, correct, I do not need in my inventory. Like these. And... donk. These. Good. As long as I can find that box, I know exactly where that box is. I always end up, like, landing around here anyway. For a variety of reasons. Okay, well... And this can be reworked slightly, I think. Is this going to work? Or is this going to not work also? This is going to not work also. But this'll work. Need to make sure that it fills up on this before it's ready to make another one. Which it doesn't. So that should fix that problem. Cool. Make them rare receivers. Alright. Mildly bothered by lack of symmetry. I hate this. I super hate this, but I guess I'll just never think about it. And that's okay too. And y'all are slow? Wow. We're really that bad off on super magnets? Y'all are running full tilt and cannot handle supplying one box of rare receivers? How dare you? Unfortunate. How high do these stack? Apparently 20. Okay. So once this box is full, we don't need to worry about it anymore. Although I guess this is going to back up to like 10 in hand. Make more super magnets better. I guess that means I just add... Is the problem regular magnets? This is running full speed on as many regular magnets as can be provided. Which means we need another belt of regular magnets. Or an upgraded belt of regular magnets, if you're going to be making more super magnets. Well, let it never be said I was unwilling to upgrade my belts if necessary. Three, four, five, six to here. Also need foundation support. Well, if you want foundation support, then foundation support you'll get. Again with the foundation support? How dare you? Also sorters, apparently. Always sorters. Oh, yeah, okay. No foundation support is reasonable. Really? Well, let's get the others down there at least. Perfect. Alright. Good. Good. Good? Good? Maybe? Good? Maybe even sufficient? If we're lucky? If we're lucky. And now that I have my inaugural box of rare receivers, I'm going to steal them and eventually use them. Seems like a reasonable plan. Cool, well that's one thing off of the to-do list. I was kind of dreading that, and it turned out to be a lot simpler than I expected it to be. Sometimes you just gotta do the thing. And then the thing is done, and everything is better. Funny how life works sometimes in that way. Alright, what else is next? I've already checked brown chips. Brown chips are fine. I think we're good on ejectors in my vanity project. I think purple is good. So, what next? Purple is maybe good. Purple's still looking a little bottlenecky. But in order to expand purple, I need to kind of redo this whole thing. And in fact, I think the next step would be set up a completely separate purple production facility and then pipe in purple. What's my current total playtime on this server? 83 hours. It's directly behind me. You may or may not be able to tell. Here. 83 hours. Vanity project? Oh, have you not seen my vanity project, Glacier Wolf? Let me show you my vanity project. Yeah, I'm kind of hiding it. Yeah, let's go check on the process of the vanity project. That sounds like a good way to kill a couple of minutes. And also, I can finish this thing. Where is vanity project? Here we are. To the rocket throne. Takes more space than you think to have enough production. It really does. I am a past master of ridiculous spaghetti in Factorio. I definitely never leave enough space to do the actual things that need to be done. Especially if I ever want to expand past my initial build. Alright, I'm gonna leave the suspense going a little bit longer. Finish finish this. This needs 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Cool. Alright, so how are things looking out here? I can't actually tilt my camera far enough to see. Alright, you can, it's still not anywhere near fully formed, but you can see the beginnings of it here. It's slowly taking shape. But yes, this is my vanity project. I'm very excited about it. It's going to be absolutely terrible for efficiency, but it was fun to set up. And I learned a few things about how solar sails work, so that's good. Specifically, like, shells. It turns out you can't have a piece of shell that has interior nodes. So I had to have this weird cutout here instead of actually, like, closing off the R and the A. But, came together pretty well. And now I just need to let it finish. What is it going to say? Well, it is a vanity project. It's going to say, Jim the Eternal. Yep. Now that I have this planned out, I'm wondering if I can make it even worse. Like, I might need to add another orbit, or another layer of shell, in order to add more to it. But, like, I could have it say, you know, sub to Jim the Eternal, or use Prime and sub to Jim the Eternal, or make it even worse. I'm kind of okay with letting it finish out as it is. Seems small to you? So far. It'll seem pretty big if you actually look at it from here. Once it starts to finish. Like, you can kind of see where the J is going to be over here, I think. This is a worthwhile project. It is certainly a project. I'm not willing to say whether it's worthwhile or not, but I'm looking forward to it being completed. It'll take a while, but it'll get there. Alright, but now I need another project. I think probably the next project is going to be expand science. Science is usually the kind of project that one expands. 12, 12, 10. Alright, well. This is 12 also. Do that first. And then start working on the other 12s. That's 12. That's 18. That's 18. So the other 12 is energy circuits. This is 14. This is 14. And then the 18s. Construction drones, construction drone flight speed, and carrier engine. Well, that seems more important than anything else. And then drones, and then drone flight speed. Sure, that seems good. Cramped is better. Okay, yeah, that's fair. It was actually kind of a bitch trying to figure out how to even write stuff at all. Like what? Like I was originally looking for like a 3x5 pixel font, and then the M just wasn't readable. So we have kind of a variable width pixel font, and it's barely fitting on the planet. Absolutely. Or on the shell rather. But I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. In that I could write it at all, like actually fit it. First or second person you watched play did the same kind of thing. Yeah. It seems like the kind of thing to do, right? I'm pretty happy with it. Alright, well, solar sails, really? And why are solar sails a problem? Time to go home and find out why solar sails are a problem. Why are solar sails a problem? Am I just backed up? I would accept if that was a possibility. I guess if they're just backed up, that means we need to be using them quicker. Which, okay. If doubling production is not the answer, then doubling consumption must be the answer. You are not running because we are out of prisms. Because we are out of... Why are we out of prisms? Because we're out of stone. Well, I got a box full of stone here. So we'll just put all that stone here. And that'll help for now. But we're going to need to acquire more stone, huh? All right. Well, all of the stone here is already being exploited, which means we're going to need to be acquiring stone from off-world. Oh, I'm sure I put that there. That doesn't surprise me. That sounds like the kind of thing I would do. Stone. Remote demand. Local supply, and let's start mining stone off-world. Sounds like a reasonable use of my time and energy. Where am I mining stone from? You? You've got some stone. I'm doing good, El. How are you doing? Science is generally working, which is good. My vanity project is proceeding apace. Also good. Now we're going to go mine stone. Ready for January or spring. Spring would be nice. I would be okay with it getting warmer again. Go back to that one use system. I mean, there's still stone in my my solar system, so I'm okay with grabbing the stone that is nearby and available, rather than going interstellar for stone. There's still plenty of stuff available here that I haven't started mining yet. Exploit all the stones? I mean, that's... yeah, probably. Alright, what are we... I'm just planting a new tower, I think. I think my towers are all completely occupied. Yeah, we're gonna need a new interstellar tower for stone anyway. So it might as well be right here, where all of the stone is. Well, where some of the stone is. Anyway, start making the thing. We can steal power from up here. And... I'm guessing the game doesn't have planetary disassembly. The game does not have planetary disassembly. I have not found a way to disassemble a planet yet. However, planets do eventually run out of resources. Or run out of mineable resources. And I guess at that point, they're just useless? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you do at that point. Where am I dropping this? I can drop this over on this side, I think. You are now stone supplier. Stone. Remote supply. That's correct. You aren't going to need power. But you are going to need stone. Power here. Connected. Look at all these beautiful ray receivers. How are we doing on power here, by the way? Sounds like we could stand to have a few more ray receivers down. Well, you know what I always say about ray receivers. I have ray receivers in abundance because I don't have to handcraft them anymore. That's a thing that I have always said about ray receivers. Crafting space? Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Should mine out this as well. Good. Will that work? Done something weird here. Try this again. Is this good? Look, I just want to get all the things, alright? Is that too much to ask? Can we just get all the things, please? Apparently all the things is too much to ask. Alright, whatever. One extra miner. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine! Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. We're just using an extra miner. Everything is fine. Does that connect? Not quite. Too bad. Just need to go around, unless I want to put foundation in the lava, which I suppose I could, but whatever. That'll do. You want a mod to make miners be a drawn area on the map? Like, you can draw the field that they mine from? Instead of it just being an arc? I'm not sure what exactly you're asking for there, other than making it easier to place miners. Which, I wouldn't mind it being easier to place miners either. I just don't know exactly what that looks like. You'd like to see an expensive endgame vanilla solution? I agree. I kind of agree. Yeah, like a big old dome miner just planted atop the whole thing and let it function. That'd be great. I would like that. Considering that, like, you usually have patches of a given maximum size, just make a dome miner that fits around an entire patch and just donk. Draw square around the resources, nothing else goes there. I mean, that kind of sounds like you're asking for the same thing. Just in square form instead of dome form. Which, to be completely frank with you, is inferior. Dome's obviously better. Obviously and objectively better. Dang, look at this thing. This bad boy's looking pretty good, too. Mobile lag? It's, probably the bitrate. It probably doesn't super handle these great space vistas super well. Alright, it's still got some patches to fill in, but it's looking really good. Eat all them sales. Provide me with power forever. Power forever. Almost 10 gigawatts, right? Feels like a relevant number. Big round number. Alright, so more stone has been acquired. Where did it go? You. You are, in fact, supplying the stone. That's lovely. Can you land on it? This is my first sphere, Ilt. The only other sphere I have started is the Vanity Project. Which is, you know, coming along slowly. Probably just need to add some ejectors over there. And I haven't really started production of a a Dyson sphere in earnest anywhere else. Eventually, I'll probably do that. But I think that's going to come when I need power in some other system for whatever reason. And then land on it and start building. Yeah, you can make an actual Dyson Sphere habitat? That'd be super dope. Hang on. We're gonna go hang out on the near the Dyson Sphere. Because that sounds like fun. I'd want to be able to build on the interior. This would be super cool to be able to, like, build inside the shell. Alright, well, great. Good work. God, this game is so pretty sometimes. Just look at these, like, brightly glowing solar sails getting sucked into the sphere. Look at him go! Super cool. When you have the amounts of energy production it gives, matter creation should be possible. You would think, huh? Anyway. Where is... Oh boy, that's very bright. Where am I going? What am I doing? Do I set up more purple production? Purple and yellow are the current bottlenecks. If I wanted to just slap down another couple of stacks of white producers, I would need to, I think, actual double purple and yellow production. So maybe that's my next step, is increasing the amount of science production purely for the sake of increasing the amount of science production? I don't really think we have any other explicit bottlenecks right now. Or any particular problems I'm trying to solve. 10,800 per minute or bust. That's rather a lot of science. I think I am nowhere near that amount of science. Is that like an actual hard limit of the game? Or... how much science am I producing, actually? Six blue belts worth. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of science. No lies. It's the goal you had in your last save. Fair. Hey, Inkling, how's it going? Welcome. Yeah, yellow and purple are both, like, exactly keeping pace right now. That's where we're at. Since I am producing 2 of each a second. That's the amount of science I have, is 2 yellow a second and 2 purple a second, and that much or more of everything else. Green is doing fine. Green is doing extremely fine. Blue and red are easy. 120 a minute? I believe that to be correct, yes. Yep. exactly 120 a minute on all of them, apparently. Although, red is sometimes high, because red I have more production of. And then very slightly more than that on consumption for gravity matrices, because we need warpers sometimes. Is that stable for a while? It's been stable for... Not 10 hours, for sure. I think not even an hour. Maybe for an hour. There's been a couple of dips here and there. Oh, for an hour, definitely stable. Gosh, I've forgotten that I've been streaming for like 2 hours. But yeah, we haven't need to go in and fix stuff here today. Although, double-checking purple was one of my goals. If you go into 10 hours, then we start seeing problems. Purple was dipping real bad. Everything else was dipping because of purple. But then when purple ramped back up, everything else ramped back up. Yeah, so the next step if I'm going to increase it would be to increase purple and increase yellow separately, somewhere else. Because purple cannot expand in place. Purple would need another full row of these things, which would need a lot more support than it's getting, I think. We might actually be good on nanotubes now. We might have finally gotten there. But I don't know if this would hold up if I tried to double it. Yeah, we had some blips in graphene, which meant we had blips in nanotubes. So I had to go find spiniforms and start making more nanotubes. But that is now working about as well as I would expect it to. So yeah, the next step here would be just doubling it. Just adding another line here. Not that that is a thing I can do literally right here because of space concerns. We'd have to move oil processing or something. And we'd probably have to increase plastic production. Plastic is fortunately in the logistics system, so that's easy to just do somewhere else. And in fact, I think that is the next step, is just start doing this somewhere else instead of here. Utilize more of the space on this planet. Like, I have plenty of space I can still go out and use. Take over a whole nother planet just to produce purple science. Take over entire stellar systems for production of one color of science and then ship it all somewhere else to turn it into white. Planet purple. Copy paste all science onto another planet. Yeah, you know what I do is just this whole mess, just blueprint this entire mess. And copy and paste it somewhere else. Alright, so what are you doing for science here? You're supplying silicon, nanotubes, and plastic, and processors. All for purple. You've seen planet-sized blueprints? For sure. Time for bed? Alright. Good night, Hellsraiser. I do find it fascinating that there is... the blueprint research is entity limit. Like, I saw the first couple of blueprint researches and I was like, okay, that's a lot of entities. And then I saw the next couple of blueprint researches and I'm like, who the hell is blueprinting like this? I believe it that the answer is somebody. But it's definitely not me. Alright, you know what? Let's do it. Let's double purple and double yellow, and then see what my new bottleneck is. Your upper limit is a few thousand items, you think? Okay. So how much of this is copy-pastable? All things considered. Raw rocket blueprint is like 1,700. Okay. Yeah, and a lot of that is going to be belts, right? Like, belts take up a lot of entities in blueprints. What's my highest? Probably not much. Honestly, like, I don't blueprint at that level. This is 104. 96. 565 for a full planetary logistics station's worth of turbines. $339. Yeah, I'm not doing a whole lot with this. 50 assemblers, 50 smelters. Okay, that's fair. That's a lot. That's a reasonable number. I think I would like to be able to blueprint just a stack of purple. Maybe I want my blueprint to be like a purple science a second. How complete is my egotistical artistry? It needs a lot of solar sails. It needs some work. It's all planned out. But the actual building of it is going slowly. Changed the whole game for you when it was introduced. I'll believe that. That's fully believable. Alright, I'm going to blueprint a purple a second. And see if I can get that compact and scalable. I want to have a purple blueprint that I can just slap down. So it's going to need one of these, requesting brown chips, nanotubes, plastic, and silicon. And then we're gonna need... Hello? I see. I'm going to need to steal some stone is what I'm going to need. $10 labs. Do I want a challenge? I'm setting my own challenges. I'll be okay, thank you. 10 labs is 1 purple a second, I think. Right? By default? Yes. 10 labs is a purple a second. And then we feed it processors, and we feed it particle broadband. And particle broadband requires 1 particle broadband a second. So 8 assemblers making particle broadband. And that just gets fed nanotubes directly, and plastic directly. And we need to smelt crystal silicon in place. I don't think I ever found fractal silicon. I don't think I ever bothered. There's plenty of raw silicon, I'm not that worried about it. And we're going to need... Alright, so... let's just... And if I do this for my output, does that make sense? This is going to be outputting 1 a second, which means even this should be fine. like a regular sorter. And it's going to need 2 brown chips a second. Which is going to need a slightly better sorter. Don't like that, apparently. I really wish that running belts directly into a thing worked more consistently, instead of needing to do belts alongside a thing. Like, I want this to be... I want to be able to do this on all lanes, and it doesn't work like that, unfortunately. So we'd have to do it this way. For brown chips. And then it needs nanotubes. Hey, Kellerman, how's it going? So the way I've done this previously is like this. And I'm going to need how many of these? 8 of these. Well, you need a lot of things, don't you, for this thing? Oh, this is backwards, too. Even better. There are more ads on Twitch now, or have you not been paying enough attention? I've got an ad blocker set up, so I don't know. Ad blocker tends to work well enough that I don't see that many ads on Twitch. That's not where I need you to be. I need you to be 1 away. You do too? It is not working for you? Woof. Alright, this is going to make particle broadband. And we're going to need nanotubes and plastic and crystal silicon. Might just need a settings fuse, maybe. Alright, so we need nanotubes. Plastic. And silicon. And then ratios. If we have 8 of these, we need 2 crystal silicon a second, which is 4 smelters. Is the one I use like Ublurk? No, it's just the default one for Chrome. Like, if you Google ad blocker Chrome, it's just the pretty standard built-in one, I guess? Or not built-in one, but like the most obvious one? I don't know. I've had it installed forever, so maybe it's not the same one that people are using now, but it's been working for me. Address blocker disabled? What is your address blocker? Some channels are getting mid-roll ads run for them. So it's weird. There's some channels, I think I'm probably part of it too, where you can run mid-roll ads in order to disable pre-roll ads. Like, if you run ads semi-regularly, I think like once an hour, once every 2 hours or something like that, then it disables the ads on join, so people can join your stream without having ads going for them. I haven't bothered. Oh, ad blocker. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so this works, right? If I just do a line and then another line, but it's not compact. Like, I feel like this wastes a lot of space. And I want to try to set this up in a way that is sort of more compact and more scalable. Like, easier to just stamp down another one without using up too much awkward space. And I think the way to do that is make this 2 rows of 4. So let's pick up all of this. And start with the particle broadband, which is going to be the most space consuming. So if I have something like this, right? This is output, input, input, input. Sure, make some more sorters. Okay, that's fine. Can I then do something like this? Output, input? Is this awful, this thing that I'm doing? Whoa. I can't do it with just one central row because there's 4 things. So there has to be something on the outside. But maybe I'd be okay doing it with 3 central rows? Would I be okay with that? That's a real question. Like, what if we do input, output, input? Is this how I want to do it? Which would then require Is this reasonable? 0.5 a second. Given that these things run every 8 seconds, that's actually fine. But then I would have to have the next one offset. Right? Like, if I'm planting this, it can't go here. Whoa there, buddy. Can't go here, would have to be here. In order to connect to all the things. Also, I think I messed up some of these sorters. I almost assuredly messed up some of these sorters. I can't tell which direction this sorter is sorting without giving it power, I think. Why? Alright, what if we did input, output, input, right? So output is in the middle. I think they are all inputs. That does seem problematic, doesn't it? So now we have input, output, input. And this is then draggable. Alright, I think I like this. And then we still need the extra lane of whatever the heck this is going to be. Except this is weirdly awkward with the two inputs and then the output. Like, let's do this actually the other way around. We're going to do input, input, output. The hell am I planting? So this is output, and then input, input. And input, of course. All right, so one of the things that I've noticed, you can actually tell based on where the power flash is, whether it is an input or output. The power flash is on the source. So this is an input, this is an input, this is an output. I don't know why the game does it that way, but the game does it that way. It's not static for the sorters. It's based on whether it's inputting or outputting. Then we would need, oh my god, please. This here. And then that's an output, that's an input, that's an input. And it's going to need this here. What? Inputting. And then we'll provide power on either side. So, alright, let's assume I have a tower here somewhere, right? We have one input going to here. Maybe even splitting. So I'd want to do that this way. We'd have output coming this way and then going up and over this. And then we have two other inputs. What are you eating? You're eating two things from the tower and one thing that needs to be processed from the tower. So if we have one input here and one input here, and one input, the other piece needs to go out and be processed. Where is that processing going to happen? Honestly, that's easier to do if we do that from the other side. So then we can do this, and then this doesn't need to be up. So we can have this go out. And have the smelters here. I think we decided we needed 4 smelters. Loop around the end would be scalable. Yeah, I don't really need it to be scalable. I just want it to be plantable, right? I want it to be compact. I'm more concerned about the space it's taking up than about how easy it is to extend the actual build itself. So we're looking at something like... This doesn't quite work the way I want it to. How do I get this to work the way I want it to? Pay attention to autocorrect more. Yeah. This is going to need a splitter. The question is, what kind of splitter do I want? And I think if I do it this way, it works the way I want it to. 3, 4. So that would be input, output, and you are making crystals. And let me double check numbers. I believe this is correct, but I want to double check anyway. Yeah. 4 smelters for 8 assemblers. And then we do something a little weird here. I think this goes up. And then the bottom one comes out like this. And goes out around. Do I like this? Is this awful? I don't know that I like this, but I think it's not awful. And it is reasonably compact. And so the next step is figuring out where I'm putting the tower, which I think if we do this way, I think if we put the tower like right here in line with all of this stuff, we can have one thing here, one thing here, and then one thing here. And then we have all the labs here. Which, that's kind of funny. And fortunately not a problem. And then we have this coming out this way, and input from the lab. Output from the lab, rather. That actually looks pretty good. I'm not unhappy with this. And it's not like horrific in terms of the space it takes up or anything. Hang on 1 second. What's the purpose of this structure? This is a purple a second. That is the purpose of this structure. And this is small enough that I can easily just stamp as many of these down as I need. And then the only limit is how close can I get towers together. Although I could also potentially... Like, I don't have this set up that I could stamp it as, like, a flower off of the tower. That would be the other way to set this up, such that it is scalable off of a single interstellar tower. And then I can make 4 a second off of each tower, or whatever. That would require, I think, its own setup. It's mostly in a square. You could just rotate each stamp. It's true. You could also do that. All right. So this is going to need silicon, nanotubes, plastic, and brown chips. And it's going to supply purple science. This one is silicon. This one can be plastic. This one can be nanotubes. Autosaving? How dare you? Nanotubes? And then we have... processors directly to the labs, and purple coming out of the labs. Alright, and if I give you some vessels of some kind... Do I need to give you warpers? I do need to give you warpers, because you need to pull nanotubes from off-world. If this needs warpers, that's going to be a bit more difficult. But I think I can also just do it requesting nanotubes locally and have that be fine. I think we have towers that are pulling in nanotubes, and then towers within the system can request from that tower. This is mostly just interstellar, so it can hold 5 things instead of 3 things. Oh, it's going to need power. Should figure out how I'm powering all this. Because I have not left enough space here for... Oh, maybe this is the first time I use satellite substations. I've never used one of these before. I don't know what the range on this is. But maybe this will work here and work better. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty good, actually. How does it collide with other object here? Is there really no space to put it? How big are these things? I mean, lack of item granted. It looks like it's 3 by 2? Is it 2 by 2? If it's 2 by 2, why doesn't it fit here? What is it colliding with? Collide with other object. Are you kidding me? Maybe because of the height? Like the top part of it is taller than the bottom part of it? It is taller at the top. Okay, that makes sense. But this can fit almost anywhere within here, right? Like, that works. And provides power to everything. Including the logistics station, which... Okay, probably does in fact need power. Alright, I need to handcraft drones for this bad boy, unfortunately. Which means I need a ton more titanium alloy, because I have... apparently 0 titanium alloy. I have some titanium alloy. Not much. Alright, let's find titanium alloy. One of these stations just has it. I don't remember which one. Down here somewhere? Here? You? You? Lucky. Alright, I'll let that one go. But I guess I should probably grab some processors before that happens again. Okay, that's maybe more processors than I needed. And I have a box of drones. Let's go find that box of drones. Box of drones is out here. Hello, box of drones. Man, this world is arranged so poorly. I do not have a centralized mall, and I kind of need one. Maybe that's my next project, is rip all of these boxes up and make a centralized mall somewhere. Have some drones. Have... Did I not finish making vessels? Where are my vessels? Here. Almost finished making vessels. I don't even know if it's going to use vessels, but you're getting them anyway. Is it easier to rip everything up or just start afresh on a new one? Probably start fresh. Have a new base of operations, right? A refueling station that is not this place. But haven't done that yet. All right, you need to... We have some demands to make here. Not a lot of demands, but some demands. All right, this is demand, 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 demand. Demand everything. And supply purple. Ooh, look at the range on that connection. Dope. I'm surprised that doesn't just immediately connect to my network somewhere else. That'll work. Oh! Oh, so that's how it works. No wonder it needs vertical space. I see. Oh, I forgot to do an input. Haha. Ha ha ha. Here, have an input. Just make a different plan at the mall. Yeah, I think that's what Kellerman was getting at. It's not a bad idea. Well, I like this. I like how this turned out. This is easy, as long as I have everything in the system already. Cool. Turn this into a blueprint. And it looks like it is actually working, which is the other benefit of it. Oh, I can't use slashes because it's a path. Underscore? I guess. I'm just going to use CPS as an acronym for cube per second. Can this be... Yes. Purple 1. Good. Alright. I feel pretty accomplished here. This feels good. It takes a little bit of time for the materials to get to where they need to go, but they'll get there. As long as we have Maybe they won't get there. Wow. It's not getting there on processors? Oh. This needs to be an upgraded sorter. Then it'll get there. Which means my entire my blueprint needs to be scrapped and replaced. Delete blueprint. Can't update a blueprint. Nope. Scrap and replace. Your current world feels so messy you just want to start again half the time, but that would require a lot of work. I am familiar with that process. I'm very familiar with that process. I get it. I get it. Alright, new purple 1 CPS. We are using... This is purple. Good. All right, now it's running. And if I wanted, I could stamp another one of these. Too close to another logistics station, sure. But I could just do this, and we have generated another purple per second. Also, I don't think I'm going to, but I could, is the important part of this. Alright, now I just need this delivering to the actual science. Because we don't currently have that. I think all of the nearby towers are fully occupied. But I guess if I stamp down another one of those, I can rip this tower up completely and replace it with just a science provider. Which is maybe how I want to do it. Because this is not taking anything that's not provided by the tower. Oh, the other thing I need to do now is check to make sure that plastic production is keeping up. Plastic... Oh, no, that's carbon nanotubes. Carbon nanotubes probably fine. Where's plastic? Where the hell is plastic? Why is this so awkward? Here we go. Okay, so plastic is keeping up with this amount of consumption. That's cool. I guess I overbuilt. Alright, and what I would need to do in order to make this work is turn this into a science provider and stop providing for purple here. Like, we just rip up all of this and slap down another purple somewhere else. Are you needed? Is this needed? I think this is needed. I think this is actually supplying locally. Huh. That's distressing. Once again, I wish from this view I could have an overlay that showed me what each logistics tower was holding. I want to know if I have some kind of logistics overlay. It doesn't need to be this view, but I need to have some way to, I need to have some, sorry, I'm in the middle of, like, figuring out dinner plans with someone, so I need to check one thing really quick, then I'll refocus. So many buttons to get to the menu of this restaurant. Okay. Alright, cool. But yes, to resume my rant about logistics networks, I would dearly like some kind of view or overlay that allowed me to trace how things are moving around in the logistics network. Be able to see, maybe not at a glance, but like at least some sort of tool that helps me track down which towers are requesting or providing specific resources. Like, it would be super awesome if on this view I could highlight a tower and see traces from that tower to the other towers that it is pulling stuff from or giving to. But even just from this view, being able to see icons of the resources that it is requesting or providing would be superb. Save me so much time tracking stuff down. I've never played Elite Dangerous. Does it do something like that for resource and distribution stuff? Alright, well, if I'm making purple somewhere else, we need to be providing purple to the science labs. And right now, we are not. Purple is just storing. Alright, you are no longer doing anything with plastic. Clear and reset. Instead, you are requesting purple. Local demand. And supplying purple here. And eventually this will stop producing, because we're not going to have plastic here. If I clear this, is it going to wreck my inventory? Not completely, no. Cool. Because I do want to clear this up and then just stamp another purple somewhere else, so I'm still providing the full 2 a second that I was before. As soon as you're done. Thank you. All of the plastic is in the process of being cleaned up. I guess I'll leave this still doing the thing with nanotubes until I figure out a different place to do that, which I will definitely remember to fix at some point, he said optimistically. Should probably fix that now, is what I should do. Should probably fix that now before I forget. Because rest assured, forgetting is on the menu. Forgetting is certainly an option that is available to me. Within a station's market, each commodity lists sources, destinations for trade. That's pretty cool. A lot of data views on the galaxy map. Between worlds, you can see where trade routes go. That's rad. That is a thing that I approve of and appreciate. Uh-oh. I can't hold all this garbage. Unfortunate. Let's find a place to dump some of this garbage, then. What is the problem? I am holding on to too much silicon. Where should the silicon go? How about the other purple maker? Would you like to hold on to some silicon? I'm sure you would. I'll just take this much silicon. And you can hang on to the rest for me. You can also have these nanotubes, which I definitely do not need in my inventory. And maybe all of the plastic as well. Here, have some plastic. Make sure this doesn't cause any issues if I pick it up. Looks like it's fine. This one also looks fine. Cool. I'm going to need another tower. And another subspace thing. Because I think we just slapped down another one of these out here. Right? And then this can hang on to all of the other garbage that I picked up from the other one, right? Speaking of other garbage, clear. Did it do it around me? Where am I? It did do it around me. So weird. And I still need to hang on to some of these. So let's hang on to like that many. And then I need to give you drones at least. Are you using your logistics vessels at all? Probably not at the moment. You know what? Leave it alone. Currently working. Not going to worry about it. Honestly, where are you going to get stuff? Oh, you're going to get silicon from within this solar system. But everything else is going to be locally provided. Because carbon nanotubes are either available locally or require warpers to get. Post a pic in the Discord. Cool, I'll check that out. Silicon you could still get from within system without using warpers, but also silicon is being provided by another tower that is using warpers to get it, so we'll just leave that one alone. There we go. Take these off my hands. Core energy increased. Love it. You love to see it. Oh man, the licorice lasts forever. Go licorice sticks. I do not need nanotubes. Yeah, I agree with you, Kalaman. There's no accounting for taste. But, you know, Dyson Sphere program has decreed that the top end candy is licorice sticks, so it's like, alright. Not my choice, but I don't have to eat them. Any other garbage in my inventory that I want to get rid of? I think I need to hold on to everything else. I think everything else is good. Yeah. Salty Dutch licorice? Whoa. Licorice and the peppermint are the same molecule. One is left-handed and the other is right-handed. Well, fortunately for me, I hate peppermint also. So I would just as soon avoid the entire molecule. But yeah, they're very, very different tastes. That's pretty weird. Alright, and now we can pick all this up. This up. This up. This. Erase. Pick up. And here we are. Life has been very slightly improved and or cleaned. Receptors are ambidextrous. Oh my god. How long have you been sitting on that, Crypto? How long have you had that pun in reserve? That's amazing. I hate you, and that's amazing. Was spontaneous? Well done. Well done. If I pick this up, does that cause a disaster? I think it does not. Cool. What's the problem? Problem is white. Why is white a problem? Whoa! What? This stopped connecting? How? When? Who did it? Wasn't me. I'll tell you that much. I definitely would not have done anything that would cause that situation. I don't know why you would think I would be responsible for that kind of mess. No way, no how. What is going on here? We need to start mining more stone. Well, okay. Let's start mining more stone. Excuse me. I press button. Thank you. All right. That is an extra 200,000 stone that is now going to be in the system eventually. Huzzah. White science is working the way it's supposed to. Fantastic news. Ambidextrous. I don't know that I'm ever going to get over that. That's a critical hit. 15. Oh, really? Alright, well, have a good night, Cryptomancer. Thanks for coming by. Probably thanks for coming by. We got logistics carrier engines, drone engines, and communication control. Logistics carrier engine is definitely most important. And then between these two, probably drone flight speed above extra drones. No, I think that's false. I think extra drones and then drone flight speed. Things will be given once they've been peer reviewed. Nice. That might be what needs to happen, indeed. Cool. 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 All right. I feel good about what happened with purple. That feels very good. Purple is not a bottleneck now. Purple is doing the thing it is supposed to be doing. Purple is doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing. So the next thing we do is the same thing with yellow, I think. I think yellow needs to do exactly the thing that I just did. But yellow. Fortunately, we have organic crystals in the system. So I don't need to use oil for any of this. And in fact, what we can do is just have this go straight into the logistics system. Because we do still need things that use oil with the amount of oil I am creating. I think we are capped on oil, actually. Actual capped on oil. Fortunately, that doesn't appear to have caused any problems with our hydrogen usage. Fortunately. But, like, we have more oil than we know what to do with. Which, I mean, I guess that's okay. We also apparently have more plastic than we know what to do with, so that's cool. I accept that as well. Oh, yeah. We definitely have more plastic than we know what to do with. All right. No problems. No problems. So am I ready to rip this up in order to provide a sufficient yellow experience elsewhere? I think that's the next step. We do that thing with yellow. The thing that we just did with purple, we do it with yellow. That's going to require an influx of... What is this garbage? Sulfuric acid. Are you serious? It's going to require titanium and organic crystals and graphite is what that requires in order to make yellow. That's actually not that bad. That's pretty handleable. Okay, okay. Well, we've been going for about 3 hours. I am out of water. So before we do the next step here, which I think we have all agreed is the obvious next step, I'm going to go pause for a second. We're going to take a quick break. Bathroom breaks for everybody. Go get water. Hydrate. Hydrate or dihydrate. Those are your options. And when I come back, we will do more things. Ready for more things. Let me also say, thanks for hanging out. I hope you're enjoying yourself. If you're new to the stream, I'd appreciate a follow. And when I come back, more science blueprint shenanigans. All right, see you folks in a bit. Alright, I am back. Ready to keep this going. Hello, friends. I hope you are ready for more science-related shenanigans. Also, I hope you have water. Or, you know, an appropriate beverage. Whatever beverage of your choice. It's, currently 4 p.m. on a Friday, as near as I can tell. But, you know, I'm not going to judge. Whatever beverage works for you. Yeah, let's go do yellow. Let's go do yellow. I want to do pretty much what I did with purple, but with yellow. And I think it'll be easier. I think I need even less space / shenanigans in order to accomplish the same thing. 10:45 a.m. on a Saturday, so you found a water bottle. Alright, well, good. Good for you. It's probably the correct choice. Gosh, this is burning through so much titanium. Wow. My titanium requirements are rather high. Alright, we need titanium, graphite, and organic crystals, and that's it. But that's still going to take an ILS. Because that's 4 things, not 3 things. The 4th thing being yellow, the output. Alright. So let's find a spot to just hang out and drop some materials. Here. This is a big enough space to experiment with. Ah. And also I get to clean this up while I'm at it. Lucky. Where does this connect over here? Great. Let's turn the power view on and see if this causes problems if I get rid of some of these. This is not connected in any other way, purely this connection to get down here. But it is connected around through here. So we don't actually need this. Alright, cool. Cleanup complete. You're going out to dinner tonight, so there'll be plenty of drinks then. Nice. Sounds like a lovely evening. Alright, so the plan is yellow. And in order to make yellow happen, we need... So the plan for this blueprint is a yellow a second, which means we need 1 crystal a second and 1 diamond a second, right? We're gonna need 1 of these a second, either using kimberlite or using graphite. I think we're just gonna be using graphite. I don't think we have kimberlite in the system, but that's fine. We have plenty of graphite in the system. And there is yet more coal to be exploited if necessary. And then we have a titanium crystal, which requires organic crystals, which are in the system, and titanium, which is also in the system. So every 4 seconds, so we need 4 titanium crystal makers, and 1 every 2 seconds, 2 diamond makers. That's pretty easy, actually. And none of it is second order effects, right? So that's just... And then that requires, that's 8. So 8 of these, right? Let's not do it across a tropic line. So 4 titanium crystal a second. Which is made in an assembler. And then I think that's going to be output input, input. Right? Titanium and organic crystal. Is this okay? Is this how I want this to work? There's the stack doesn't need anything directly from the tower, but it does need to output to the tower. So if we have this 4 wide, like that. These are inputs. This is an output. The output needs to go to science. And then we need... Can I do it like this? With my smelters here? Is this reasonable? Is this an okay way to do things? This is maybe reasonable. I don't know why that was so difficult. Thank you. Right? Input, output. And then this just goes to... The problem is this is going to need this input from somewhere still. So we have inputs on either side and outputs in the middle, which is like awkward. Actually, what if the outputs just went the other way? Right? What if we had... this output and the stack here and then the tower here? That would actually work, right? Yellow. It needs one of these and one of these. One of each. So it needs 1 second of each. Which that's not hard, actually. This, like, sticks out a little bit to the side. We could actually do the same thing with this not sticking out a little bit to the side. And then we have the tower here, I guess, feeding outputs and then receiving science. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This kind of works. This isn't terrible. It's pretty compact. Can I make this more compact? I want to make it more square and less rectangle. How would I do that? Maybe if... If I had... Can I fit them here? Totally. And then we can actually stamp the tower right here in this space. That's a little close to the smelters. So it's going to need to stick out a little bit more, I think. When did they add achievements? Relatively recently. Is that going to be good enough for this? Ah, collide with objects. So maybe... we do it this way? And that lets me... Oh, God. Yeah, that works. Can I do it this way? Does that work? No, it doesn't. Too bad. But it might if I pull the tower out a little bit more. Yeah, okay. That looks like it works. So then the tower needs to be... Because I want to have... Yeah, the tower needs to be here. And that way, we can have the middle one come out here, and this go in here. All right, I like this. I like this. This is in line with what I want to have happen. I move this sorter specifically, because that lets me clear this space out and use it for the outputs. Yeah. I like this. I like this. This is looking good. And I think this can even get managed with one. Oh, not quite one. Maybe, though. Wow, 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 wow. All off of one Tesla tower. Yeah. Oh, that feels good. That feels delightful. Plethora of angry yellow placards. You mean power? Yeah, this is all just testing right now. We're just putting this together. Seeing if it works. Once it works, though, then life will be real good. Alright, so what does this need? This needs titanium. It needs organic crystals. It needs... what was the other thing? Graphite? I think it needs graphite. And then it is going to supply yellow to the world. Do we even give it logistics vessels? Do we even give it vessels? Crystals are coming from out of the system, which means it'd need warpers to get them. Titanium is coming within system, so that probably does deserve vessels. We should probably give you vessels. Alright, let's give you some vessels. I do not have sufficient alloy to make you vessels. Sad story. It's alright, steel alloy from friends. Not those friends. This friend? Here? Where is alloy? What have I done? What has happened? Ah, here we go. This is what I was looking for. Boom. Am I ready to turn this on? Alright, you need demand. Not that much. You are going to need a fair amount of titanium. You're gonna need fairly low amounts of the rest of this, though. Alright, let's see if this works. Oh, and then I have to tell the things that they actually... yes, okay. This needs to be titanium. This needs to be... what's the other thing? Organic crystal here? Organic crystal's here. And then this needs to be graphite. And that has an output. Okay, good. Okay. Things are happening. I believe all of my numbers to be correct, so that should be sufficient. That's getting the diamonds. It's going to need the crystals. Why is it not getting the crystals? It is kind of getting the crystals, okay. That is getting the diamonds. And soon it will be getting crystals. Hey. Alright, so that should be all it needs. Now this should be 100% of the time. superb. Excellent. Make a blueprint out of it. We have a thing. It works. Needs to make sure we're covering the whole thing. Difficult to tell for parts of it if it's all covered, but I think it's all covered. Yes, excellent. So this is yellow at 1 CPS. Yellow 1. Yellow. Good. Good. Very good. That's exciting. Okay. So we need to plant a second one of these. There's a limit to how close we can get it, because towers. So let's make you another tower. I need my particle containers back. Well, the autosave when you're flying is so disorienting. I was getting particle containers. That's over here. Good. Let's make sure that we are receiving yellow from here. Local demand. And then we should just be able to rip all of this up. Once that tower finishes. Tower is finished. This, I don't know what I'm doing with this. I think I just feed it back into the tower. And this starts doing local supply. And now this no longer needs a splitter. Or even a greenbelt. Let's make sure power isn't drastically affected if I unpower some of this stuff. This is the only way it's connecting up there. But we can connect that over here, and that's easier than having it connect down here. Okay. And this is only receiving power from here. Alright, I guess I'll leave that. We need to go stamp the rest of the yellow makers. Does not have a lot of yellow in it. It's fine. We'll give it more yellow. And if I don't finish that out, that'll become a bottleneck. So let's finish it. You can have some drones of your own. Enjoy drones. I was going to give you vessels, wasn't I? But I guess you're doing fine on titanium locally, so I'm not going to worry about it. %, do not want these in my inventory. I don't know what I would do with these, so I guess I would give them to you. Same with diamonds. I have no use for these. You take them. Looking good. So this should, each of these should be a yellow a second, which matches my previous production. Excellent. Yes! Ah, that feels really good. And it's nice and compact too. This is fun. Time to expand my blueprint library for the next time I do this. And if I look at my production, is there like hitches in science at all here? In the past minute, now we're there, we're even again. Good. If I look 10 minutes, it went high for a little bit. Yeah, that's accurate. And then it should be even. Consumption has held steady, which is good. That's the important part, that consumption is not having problems in not dropping out. Good. So brief hitch here. I don't know what happened there. It's the weird spike here. Fascinating. Hitch and consumption, so that really blue had problems? Alright, well, whatever. It looks like it's fine now. Blue is easy. Leave blue alone. I mean, I could do like a blue a second stamp, but that would be pretty low impact. I don't really feel like I need to move that around too much. But purple and yellow are more involved. Green also more involved. I think green is going to depend on being able to make sure that it has the right logistics chain leading up to it, right? Like, all the stuff that green needs in order to function is the hard part, not actually building out the green creation. Cool. Well, that was good. That was good. Now what? Now I double it, right? I think purple and yellow are my bottlenecks, so I should just be able to build up another 2 stacks of this and then double my yellow and purple production. That's it. Easy peasy. I don't know if green will hold out, but I think red and blue will hold out. Blue for sure will be fine. Red, we might need to ramp up a little bit in order to make that work. But, alright. Yeah, I'm here for it. Let's do it. I'm going to need another 20 of these. And then we're going to need another 20 for purple and 16 for yellow. So, this is eating all of my stone is what this is doing. I gotta go steal glass from somewhere. There's a couple of glass makers that just aren't making enough glass, right? I can go steal some. Extra glass making somewhere, probably. Not in any towers, because it's only an intermediate product. Where am I making rainbows? Here. No, these are all running full tilt, huh? Guess I can steal some glass from here. That doesn't feel too bad. Alright, so now we need another lab. We need another... We're running out of iron, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 for yellow. And then another 20 for purple. Which means I need more iron. And also more of this. I'm gonna start another save file and do better. I approve. I approve. I'm a big believer in starting over. Like, sometimes you just need practice with a thing, and then once you have practice with it, it's easier to do it right from the get-go. Whereas fixing your mistakes after the fact tend to be... I don't know that it's actually harder, but it tends to be a bigger mental investment. Lab. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. Alright, do I have room to just drop 2 more of these? I kind of feel like this space is a bit at a premium. Not entirely sure I have the space to do that here. And I definitely don't have the photon production. That's a thing that we're going to have to fix. Well, I can drop 1 more lab at least. I don't have space for 2 more labs here, so I would need to rip this up and replace it. Or move this production somewhere else. To be honest, this doesn't look like it's doing much. I guess it is. It's just doing it slowly. Sad story. Alright, so this is going to need each of these things out 2 more spaces. Oh, I can't do that because this is irritating. I need to do it this way. Lack of item. Okay, granted. We are going to need a few more of these. This needs to go out 2 more. This goes 1. This goes 1. Why? Can you not connect to the ground floor one at that point? Maybe now it'll work? Hey, that's what I like to see. Here, up to here, and connect. Oh, it didn't go up. No, it did go up. Okay, no, everything's fine. You still need to output. Whole thing running? Top floor not running? Why? What missing? Red. Red has the inputs. Red just needs to be ramped up. That seems to function. Is that functioning? Getting some blanks here. Ah, output is not keeping pace now. Excuse me? How dare you? Now inputs is the problem. As expected, inputs is the problem. Oh, inputs is drastically the problem. Inputs is a lot the problem. Materials are there. It's just not getting enough input fast enough. So, alright. Is there a specific input that is more the problem? Is it all of the inputs? It might be all of the inputs. Time to get lunch, but washing out. Alright. Have a good trip. Enjoy your food. Can this belt even support all of that? We shall see, I suppose. If not done the math here. That's looking like a solid maybe. It's plausible. Looks like it's not starving. Excellent. It is supported. Great. Is that enough? Would be a big no, sir. However, we also need to stamp more yellow. So wherever I'm making yellow, let's go do that again. which means I need another ILS. I forgot about that. Working on it. It's coming. And it's going to need some drones. Am I out of drones? Brutal. Let's go get some more drones. Not that it needs drones. It's picking stuff up just fine without them. But you know, I have drones. I might as well use them. Also, what is going on out here? Why are these not getting mined from? You are on 5 veins. Okay, you are mining from them. It just doesn't look like you are. For reasons. New stack, more drones, enjoy drones. Yo, new Mechanist! How's it going, man? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Newt Mechanist and friends. What's up, Waffles? Thank you for the warning as always. Why is this not working? What is this now? This is yellow still, okay. But the yellow thing is now planted, so there should be more yellow. Here, have my red and blue. Thank you. Wrapped up the week with some Noita? Excellent, excellent. I know that is one of your, core competencies, the Noita. Glad things are going well. You're doing the multiplayer Noita stuff, right? That's what you've been doing, or... Pretty heavily modded, whatever it is. This is not quite doing the thing here. Whoa! There is a boost stream challenge. I was unaware. Well, thanks for tossing me your points. Single player crazy modded, of course. Of course. It's the only way to fly. I have not yet tried any Noita mods, but it looks like an incredible experience. Do be lurking on some DSP. I respect it. I respect it. I don't think we're gonna get there tonight, but I appreciate the contribution. Feel free to try and prove me wrong, though. I am happy to be wrong about that. You're back. Ah, welcome back. Alright, so this is looking good. We're going to need to do another purple also. So wherever I have purple, which needs one of these. Stamp another block of purple. Throwing pennies from your dragon horde. Nice. I like that image. Oh, missing sorters. I suppose we are. Handcrafting magnetic coils. Okay, that's unacceptable. That is not the kind of life I want to live. Are we just out of magnetic coils? What happened? My poor turbine production. Where do the magnetic coils come from? If I were a magnetic coil, where would I be? think over here is where I ended up doing magnetic coil production. Looks like it's doing its thing. I know, right, PH Chick? Gotta fix it. I gotta fix it. Alright. So this is happening. This is working. It's just not enough. It's just never enough. I see. I begin to comprehend the scale of the problem. You are functioning, which is good. I like that. I'm gonna need to do some more of this, is what I'm hearing. Find another place to do the same thing. And this takes... Oh, just copper and magnets? We can do that anywhere. Copper and magnets is pretty free. These are resources we have access to. Anyway. You do your thing. Do you need... I'll give you some drones anyway, whether or not you need them. You are well on your way towards producing more purple, which is beautiful. Continue doing that thing. Where are we over here? Is yellow keeping pace yet? Yellow is keeping pace. Is there a problem, or are you just going? What is the problem? Oh, the problem is photons now. Yep. The problem is photons. This is backed up. So the problem is photon makers. Well then. Okay. What are you? A miniature particle collider? Make me a miniature particle collider. Here. So out to here. Now we'll see whether or not my photons are keeping up. Far more easily solved than some other problems? Yeah, absolutely. Definitely some problems that are more or less solvable. The photons, they are a-movin'. Which probably means we need more photon production. Alright. Get ready to get added to photon production. Are you ready? Sure. We are pretty okay on the Dyson sphere, for sure. How okay are we for actual power here? Because I'm kind of starting to use more stuff, no? Could probably output photons. photons. Great. How good is that? Is that good? Is that better? Is that enough? It's never enough for you, is it, science? Why can't it just be enough? Why can't you ever approve of what I'm doing? All I ever wanted was your approval. How not enough is it? It's getting there, actually. One more might actually just do it. Oh, I've absolutely played Portal. Portal's a fantastic game. To here? Connect it. There we go. Photons. I should know yeah. GLaDOS is so disapproving. This is pretty close. Pretty close to enough. Think we could still handle another full stack of these? Oh, more are winking out. What is the problem now? Same problem as before? Different problem? Same problem. Still just photons. Probably. Yeah, still just photons. The photons are even worse off now. Why are the photons even worse off? Y'all are producing. I don't see the problem. Is it power? It's not power. Power's edging above a gigawatt now, but not by much. Still comfortably within our bounds. This is sometimes lacking material. Can you not hold more than that in your... This is going to hold... this is using 30 a minute, so 1 every 2 seconds. And it's eating 2. So it's eating 1 a second. Okay. So each of these is going to eat 1 a second if I'll let it. It's really not enough production. It's nowhere near enough production. Maybe they all just need to be producing photons. This is producing photons, but not outputting anywhere. Great. Love it. Love that for this. You're producing photons. Are you outputting? You are outputting. Alright, we're gonna have to check these one by one to make sure they're actually doing the thing. You're on power generation? Really? Fascinating. How about you produce photons? How do you feel about producing photons? Good? Bad? We've got power over here. These are all making power, huh? I'm not sure how many more we need making photons, though. This is a little backed up, but that's only because, that thing was stacking. Yeah, it's not actually backed up. Probably still needs some more photons, is what I'm hearing. How are we doing over here? Mediocre. Mediocre. I think I did the math correctly, and each one of these, if fully stocked, can supply a full stack of labs. But maybe I did not do the math correctly. And also, these are still not fully stocked. It has taken a while before they're actually outputting all the time. It's very close. It feels like it's close enough that we should be doing better over here. Oh, we are doing better over here. We're back up to only like 2 or 3 of them not running. All right. So I'm going to get 2 more of these outputting photons, and that should be sufficient for my current problems. Confirm power is still okay. 1.07 now. That's maybe a little close for comfort. I think I want to ramp up on the caged stars. Which we are doing over here with relative ease. And a bunch of extras is a thing that we are doing as well. Which, you know, I'm a fan of that. So, can I just make another one? Here? If I press this, no? Alloy, though. Alloy's the only problem. Well, I know where to get alloy. He said, not knowing where to get alloy. Hey! Guessed right. Oh, I still have to handcraft these. Alright, whatever. Oh, that's gonna take forever. Yikes. Alright, I guess we're sitting here for another 2 minutes. How am I doing on power? Stocked. Fully stocked. These things never run out. The licorice sticks last forever. It's like licorice gobstoppers. God, that sounds ugly. That sounds like a thing I want nothing to do with. Oh, I don't need to be handcrafting these, do I? I can just steal them from here. Much better. And if we are that overstocked, we should just be able to add another sun cage onto this bar. No fuel? Suddenly fuel? Excellent. Keep at it, buddy. Yeah, that's looking good. 72 gigawatts. All right. Great. And how are we doing over here now? We fully stocked yet? Kind of. Kind of not. Looking like more not. Is it still photons or is it something else? It is still photons. Alright, well, I tried. One more? 2 more? 2 more. Let's get 2 more. It's not a problem with the belt, right? Like, they're not actually backed up anywhere? No. Okay. Is that okay, 1.10? It's probably fine. I'm sure it will be fine. I'm sitting here just supplying plastic, huh? What a guy. What a champion. This guy's doing the same with organic crystals. What if you two combined forces and I ran this belt all the way over here? Actually, what if the other way around, since we're already running plastic all the way to here? You know what? I've figured it out. Are you ready? You are now plastic supply. We are no longer feeding plastic here. You... Yep, that's already set. Great. Clear and reset. Have some plastic. Oh boy. And then we'll take one of these extra splitters that just so happen to be nearby. You are still prioritizing that output, but extra can go this way. Helping! And now this tower can just go. Goodbye, Mr. Tower. Thank you for your service. Much appreciated. Now you can find a better life somewhere else. Alright, how are you doing now? Ah, we're actually slightly backed up. Okay, well that's good. Which means this should be golden. And it is Kalu Calais. Oh, frumptious day. Frabtious? Man, my Jabberwock knowledge is not as high as it could be. I think it's a frabtious day. A frumptious day is probably something else. Need to play Alice again? Need to play out... Maybe read Alice. I don't think I ever played Alice. I'm assuming you're talking about the American McGee one. I don't know if there's another Alice that people would play. Yeah, I never actually played that one. Was it good? Well, I forgot about that, Icarus. Oh, man. Is that obscure? I'm not sure if that's an obscure reference. That song. I don't even remember anything else about the song except for that one line. Am I holding on to ray receivers? I am holding on to some ray receivers. Good. I'm gonna have to Google that and listen to it again. It's been forever. I don't know that I can take responsibility for this one, Icarus. Even the first game is still good, though it's not aged well. That's, I mean, that happens. That's absolutely believable. Alright, science is doing. Which means we're in a pretty good spot here. I honestly don't know that I have any more projects. They played all the time at the local Irish bar. Okay. fair enough. Like, I want more projects. I want more stuff to do in this game. This game is fun. I'm enjoying, like, putting everything together. But I think I've done a lot of what I intended to do. I don't know what my next step here is. I guess faster science would be nice. This is going to take another 15 minutes to complete. It's a while. We're getting, like... Science is down to, like, a tech every hour and a half now. It's a little awkward. Could do better than that. I mean, that is why I added the extra stack of science. Literal full stack of labs. And now this stack is almost, it's between 3 and 4 unused. So 11 and 12, like 11 and a half used. Which, yeah, okay. 3/4 utilization, probably. Three and a half, 3.5, 3.5. Yep. That checks out. Extra 3.5 would put it at, like, almost 14. Just over 14. So one more stack of these, and we should be fully utilizing this stack of turning white cubes into actual science. 240 hashes a second, which tells me nothing about how fast white cubes are getting consumed. But it looks like this full stack is capable of consuming 4 white cubes a second. Because this is producing... Each of these stacks is producing a cube a second. Or at least is consuming a cube a second. Which I think means it's producing a cube a second, right? Yes, each of these stacks is producing a cube a second. It's always the white cubes holding the rest back. It's true. It's true. Equality for all cubes. So what am I doing now? Am I expanding more science? If I'm expanding more science, some other stuff has to change. There's infrastructure that needs to be affected. How bad off are we? I would need to rearrange this. And rearrange this, I think, to put it over here. Because I don't want to move stuff over here. Alright, that's probably doable. TBH. Like, if this just... Up. Wraps around this way. Have a bit more buffer room to work with. This is a lot to move around. And red is going to need to shift as well. I think it would need to do... Hello? What do you mean collide with? I'm just trying to move the... have to go that way. Alright, now I can actually see the photons, which is great. Is this enough room here? Can move it over. 1, 2, 3. And if I move it over 3, is that enough room to get this in? It looks like it is. I mean, maybe the actual solution is rearrange this completely. Given that yellow and purple are now remote and are coming in via ILS anyway. The answer might very well be, do a thing differently than we're doing. Could even start shipping these cubes off-world. Not that that would help much? I feel like that wouldn't help much. I feel like that would not actually change my situation in a positive way. So how would I like this arranged? If I could arrange this in any way I wanted, I didn't need to worry about anything else, what would I actually do with this? I think this system still works, spaced apart, and then having the white come out in between. Because they still need access to 3 full lanes of stuff. Which is awkward. Awkward at best. So it would still be this kind of arrangement. Would I do it somewhere else? I could do it somewhere else. Putting this together with this here was pretty haphazard. Where else would I put this? I guess if I were going to rip up this ILS, I have here to work with, which is room for like 8 stacks of these. How much more science am I going to make? How much more am I going to make? Because if I'm going to pick them up at all, I might as well move them in such a way that I don't have to move them again, right? Like, let's set it up so that I don't have to do anything, like, rearrange this slightly, and then need to pick them up and move wholesale once I start ramping up science again elsewhere. Right, if I'm gonna move them, let's just move them. Let's just finish this. I think the answer is let's just move them. Excuse me? That's not how I wanted that to work, but thank you. I guess that's fine. Yeah, okay. Sure. Fine. No problem. Sure and fine. And that leaves this space open for big labs. So we can start doing science out this way. And purely for the sake of argument, this would go somewhere like here, 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 I guess. You are making white science. I have no turbines. That's a problem. Let's steal us some turbines. You're not turbines. Where? Wow. The first time I'm not looking for processors and I don't find turbines first. Every time I look for processors, I go and try to find the processors and I find the turbine manufacturer first. I think it's because it's on the wrong hemisphere. This is turbines, right? Yeah. No. What? Where the hell are the goddamn turbines being made? Here they are. Jesus. Oh, we really do not have... Oh, because of the electromagnetic rings. I never did fix that problem, did I? Maybe science gets put on hold. Maybe we'll put science on hold and deal with that later. Let's go deal with turbines and electromagnets. I think the easy way to deal with this is just set up some magnet makers and run magnets straight into here. So we do need magnets. How does one make magnets? It's just magnets and copper. It turns out there's 3 different products all named magnets in my head, and their actual names are magnets, magnetic coils, and supermagnetic rings, but in my head they're all just magnets, which leads to the problem of like, oh, I need more magnets. That means I need to be making more magnets. Like, maybe accurate, I think mostly inaccurate, and also unhelpful. Both of those things. Inaccurate and unhelpful. Alright. If you were requesting both copper and magnets, what would that look like? Also, what does this look like? It takes a copper a second and 2 magnets a second. Okay. I mean, it's not... It depends on how you define wrong, Waffles, because it kind of is wrong. Alright, so we need a green belt of base magnets in order to supply a row of 6 magnet makers. Right? Or magnetic coil makers. This is making coils. It needs... So then we'd have coils running off this way. And this could just feed straight into here, honestly. I'm not mad about that. And it needs... It does 1 a second. So it needs a higher sorter. And a higher sorter for output. Because it's making 2 a second also. And then this needs to be copper. And it needs a copper a second exactly. It needs a copper a second exactly, which means it also needs this higher tier sorter, which I can't make because I am out of... literally the thing I am trying to create right now. God damn it. Yeah, it's a mentality thing. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. This is where we're at. What do I need in order to make these? Can I just pick some of these up? As much as I hate this process. Yes. Alright, and then this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is a full belt. Wow, exactly. Wild. I'm going to need 3 of these per, so we're going to need another 15 total, which means I hit this button 7 times. Nice. That'll do it. Oh, you can't output here. Ha. This needs to be a better belt. Product stacking. Does that mean these need to be better sorters? This might need to be better sorters. Aww. Gonna make me make a better one? Alright. Yikes. That's a lot of handcrafting. Did not need to upgrade the belt, it turns out. I don't know why I did that. Downgraded! Exclamation mark. Alright, cool. Okay, I'll take these. And you're already out. Great. And these should just be outputting regularly with no problems. Yeah, great. Great, great, great. Very good. We're going to do more of this, I'm sure. But for now, this is a thing we can do. Alright, are you running? Is this tower running? Everything is running here. Kind of. This one specifically is running okay. The other one maybe not so much with the running okay. But we have improved something. Something has improved. Something is very slightly better. How bad are these off? That's the next question. Is if I start looking at stuff like... raw copper now. Consumption has jumped. Alwade is producing literally organic crystals. Al-Nair is just producing silicon. Epsilon Mensae. I think we're not getting copper off-world yet. Asphodel. TV Geminorum. Literally no production. But I have built something there. Vanity Project, no copper. Alushai? What the hell is Alushai? Oh, this is where the crystals came from. Yep, yep. And Monoceratops, where we have visited and not done a whole lot. Oh, we started mining crystals there. But crystals apparently don't show up on the list for whatever reason. Maybe because they haven't done anything in the past hour. What about 10 hours? Yeah, alright. It spiked up and then stopped because we have not been ordering that many of them. Sure, I'll believe that. Or something else happened? I don't know. I'm pretty sure production is still happening, so I'm not too worried about it. I guess it's just been a while since another vessel was requested. Which means we need to handle copper, because copper is not being sufficiently produced anymore. So let's do that before we go back to science. We got time. There's plenty of copper that is not being exploited on some of these other planets, right? Pretty sure there's a ton of copper on Elbereth 1 that we're not touching yet. Elbereth 4 has copper not being touched, but not a whole lot of it. Let's go to the lava planet. Let's go get some copper. Where is the lava planet? This might be easier if I used, you know, directions. Alright. There you are. I see the problem. Next to the sun, but on the other side of the gas giant. I'm not here for waiting 30 seconds. I will wait 1 second. That will be as many seconds as I'm willing to wait. Hey, check it out. There's copper. Good. Good. This is what I'm here for. $22. If I could do 778, that'd be great. See what I can accomplish here. Is it 9? Amazing. May have been easier to just do 9 there. Cool. Alright, where is this copper going is the next question. Not there. Here? Yes. Nice and close. Put down some smelters. Send him to the tower. Is that the right? Nope, that's the right way. What are we missing? Sorters. Great. No? Need a second one. Because this is a 2-sorter job. 2-splitter job, rather. This needs to be copper. I'm gonna try and get like multiples of these into the tower. Does this get all of them? No. Does this? That manages to actually get none of them. Impressive. Impressive. That's spacing, though. Alright, and then this needs to connect up. How does this get through? Through here? Out of building range. There, exactly. There. This needs to work differently, it turns out. Upgrade. Because now these two cross here. You come to here. You go to here. More diagonals, because diagonals are fun. And then, entrez-vous, por favor. Okay, good. Copper. Ladies and gentlemen, copper. Good enough? We are pretty backed up, but that'll eventually figure itself out. So no problems there. This finished. Requires 16 now. 15. Yeah. Alright. And then once again, logistics carrier engine first. And then control, and then drone engine. Do it again? I think do it again. 8 copper veins. That is an insufficiency of copper veins. And I don't think I can get them all with one miner because of this one outlier. Rude. Please tell me there is a more valuable copper vein to start mining. Like this one. Or this one. Or this. There's lots of copper out here. Wow. Really no shortage. This one. Plant my flag. Alright, so we're gonna do this. I think I'm gonna cut stream here, though. And I think I'm gonna save this copper and additional science shenanigans for later. So let me take notes. We're gonna do more things in the future. Done all that. Next thing to do is probably find a new page, because that one's full. Alright. So what we're doing is copper. We're moving white science production. And then we probably want to scale up red, blue, and green to match purple and yellow. Scale red and blue. I think green is already doing to a second. So green already matches what I need. What is this? Something's spinning out there. Oh, it's not spinning. It's just drones. Neat. Yeah, from this angle, it looks like there's somebody has like a Ferris wheel or something, like merry-go-round, kind of. Good job, logistic drones. You doing the thing. What else? What else is on the to-do list? Is there anything else on the to-do list? Is it just copper and science? Let's see if there's anything else obvious in the production list for entire star cluster that looks problematic. Looks like iron and silicon are not keeping up. Yeah, copper just jumped. Iron has been holding steady. It's just production is reduced. So we're probably running out of iron patches in places. So iron and silicon. Graphite, I think, is fine. Not too worried about graphite. Like, there's been the occasional... I guess it jumped up recently in terms of graphite usage because I scaled up yellow. But also, like, the production jumped. So, I think that's fine. I'm not too worried about it. Steel, alloy, glass, titanium glass, prisms, diamonds... crystal silicon. All of this, like, intermediate stuff is probably just going to stay even, right? I guess magnets are low. We probably need more magnets. Yeah, you can see where this is dropping off as, like, the things that produce magnets are running out of iron ore. So magnets also. A plan exists. I'm taking notes for next time so that I'll have some semblance of direction when I need to do more things. We're actually high on magnetic coil production now. That's fantastic. I'm using more than I'm creating more than I'm consuming. Need to make a magnet field? Maybe. Turbines are finally keeping pace, maybe, as a result of electromagnetic coils getting there. I need to make myself a mall eventually. So I'll put mall on the list also. Wouldn't hurt to have like a decent source of all of the things that I use regularly in boxes or in towers and available. Like, yeah. All the things that I would put into logistic requests in Factorio, and in this game I need to go manually pick up every once in a while. think we're looking mostly good on the other intermediate stuff. We could stand to be using more solar sails. Production of solar sails is held steady. Oil is almost assuredly fine. Like, the more this goes up, the more this is going to go up because we were backed way the heck up. Hydrogen and deuterium seem to be doing okay. That's good. That's very pleasing that these numbers are finally steady. I finally dropped off enough whatever the hell gas giant miners to figure out hydrogen and deuterium. The oil graph looks hilarious. It's pretty messy. I don't know what happened to cause this, but apparently an hour ago, oil started jumping. I guess because I rearranged how oil was getting used, like how the refined oil was getting used, this is what happened. We started using more refined oil here, and I'm not sure why. I guess plastic, right? Because we ranked up, we bumped up the amount of purple, which uses up plastic. That's pretty funny. That's pretty good. Critical photons and antimatter also both jumped up. Yeah. That's when the refined oil finally makes enough room that it can consume more of the crude oil. And fuel rods, of course, doing the thing on the regular. Yeah, you can even see where the plastic jumped up in terms of its usage. Graphene's holding steady. Nanotubes doing A-okay. Awesome. Organic crystal maybe needs to be addressed. Okay. We can try and find more organic crystals out in the wild. Or even start using up more of my oil to make organic crystals. That's even feasible. Graviton lens is problematic, but now it's like holding steady. But maybe it'll get problematic again? We'll have to double check that later. And then this is completely standard. I am unworried about this stuff. Rockets look like they're okay. And then there is science. Holding steady. 168.4 on the consumption. Alright, cool. Well, that's a fairly hefty list. That's a fairly good to-do list. Looking good. Make sure we save that game. Ladies and gentlemen, the name of the game is saving that game. And then we're done for the day.